Hi, welcome on another stream of Sleeve Struggle. And yeah, I think I'm gonna just redraft the sleeve, maybe with another system. I was looking through some other books, and which one was I talking? What was I looking at? Maybe this one. That just hang. It's very slow. 33. Let's see, CD, documents. None of this is sensitive, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, back to the actual topic. There was something about sleeves in here. Where is table of contents? Okay. There is something about sleeves on page 24. For corpulent men, looks like sleeve pattern is different. And also, what year is that? 1906. Okay, sleeve 24. This is page 4. So 24 it would be more like 30. 22, 23, 24, the sleeve. And this is the picture, even two pictures. So from what I've learned, what I looked up, I saw this kind of thing, like this kind of distinction in some other book also, and apparently this one is called half and half sleeve, and this is half and half sleeve, a coat sleeve of which two parts are nearly equal in width, an old style with seam of sleeve, old style of sleeve, with the seam showing in the front, and seldom used now. And now, when is now? This is from 1908. So I don't know, I could technically do this one, but it would be historically accurate, I guess, to use this one, because this pattern for this morning coat is also from about like beginning of the 20th century. But I don't think I will have enough fabric in terms of width for that kind of sleeve. I think this part is too wide. Maybe first I could rip this. Then I need to remove this. And then this one. So yeah, this is my current amount of fabric that I can use for the sleeves. I do still have some smaller pieces in here, but this is definitely not enough to make even a single sleeve. That, I think, is the biggest piece. And then there are some smaller strips, and that's it. So yeah, I used up all of the fabric. I wasn't really planning on actually making a morning coat out of this. This was supposed to be just a pair of trousers. I think I will change my chair, because this one is quite big, quite bothersome. This one doesn't have a back, but it's more manageable. Excuse me. Okay. Let's go back to this. Some water. This is quite bright, isn't it? Let's adjust the settings. Is this fine? I think so. Okay, this is ready, and then I also want to check the length of the sleeve. So let's look at this one. Sleeves without lining are not the greatest. Okay, so this mark does end up on my elbow, so this is correct. And then the length of the sleeve, I think, should be like maybe an inch longer. At least on that part. So yeah, this size would be correct, and there is another pin. Let's look at this system again. So, sleeve is drafted by the size of armhole 22 to U of diagram 2. Diagram 4, diagram 3. Why are they in opposite order? Like it's 4, 3, and then here it's 6, 5. Diagram 2, and they want 22 to U. 22 and to U to here. So this entire hole, this circumference. Uh, 22 to U of diagram 2 as measured exactly on the drafted lines of the sky. No allowance being made for the seams. Okay, and on my yeah, on my my pattern there is an allowance. exactly on the drafted line, no allowance being made for seams. Diagram 5, square line A to J and A to Z. Diagram 5, this one. A, J and Z. A to B is the same as E to B of the back part, diagram 2. E to B. E to B of the back part. This thing. So E, I assume, is the point where I measure the width of the back. So this would be 1 inch below U. I think that's how I drafted it. Or maybe actually 2 inches. At least in here. But in here it seems to be halfway through this point, this height. So maybe actually it would be 1 inch above. So when I look at my my pattern, it would be 3.5 from the nape of the neck. Three and a half, or 5.5 from the sky up. So yeah, this distance would be 5.5, I think. A to B is the same as E to B of the back part, 4 inches for this draft, 4.5 inches, and mine is 5.5. An inch of difference seems quite high, maybe too high. B. Where is B mentioned? A to B, when A to B. Half an inch more than the depth of sky, 9 inches altogether for this draft. Okay, so it is 9 inches, and I also did 9 inches. A to C, natural waste. And what is the point E? E, halfway between A and B. So 4.5. Four and a half from the bottom. Top camera. Let's plug this in. Okay, so 4.5 inches, and here this would end up on this point, on this lowest point. And I think that this will be the position of the seam in back, maybe. Maybe it would be quite useful to have two of them. Zatura again. First of all, CD, documents, and then Zatura again. Closer, and this is 30, 32. Okay, now it's a bit more convenient. So where was I? A to B is the same as E to B of the back part, so this is E to B, and this is 4.5 inches. Maybe I could write that down. Square line, AJ, AZ, AB, AB equals 4.5. Okay, B to C is 3/4 of an inch. B to C. B to C. Square down from C. So this line up to J. No, wait. Square down. Square forward from C. So up to D. Okay, square forward for C. From C, A to Z is 1/2 sky. 8.5 inches for this draft. The sky of diagram measuring 17 inches. Half sky. Sky of diagram 2 measuring 17 inches. What is the sky? Do they mean this size of the armhole? Because it's definitely not the depth of sky, because that would be 9 inches. Definitely not 17. 17. Maybe it is possible that this hole, this opening could have 17 inches. So 1/2, 8.5, square down from Z, this establishes D. From Z, D. D to E, 5/8 of an inch. Yeah, 5/8. D to E. D to E. Okay, I thought that this is just on the same height as B. Apparently not. 5/8 of an inch, square back from E. Square back into here, into the depth of this curve. I was thinking about like different things. Like maybe I should. I was thinking that maybe I should try to cut this out of some scrap fabric, but it wouldn't really make sense because if this ends up being bigger than my existing sleeves, then it wouldn't really matter because it's not like I can do it anyway. So I think I will go just straight with this fabric, and I won't cut this out if it fits and it ends up being smaller. This pattern ends up being smaller. I won't cut this out of this fabric. I will just mark the edges because I want to have always more fabric to go back to. Okay, where was I? Square back from E, D to F, 1/3 of the sky. Sky size by the scale thirds the ordinary Taylor square. Draw a straight line from F to A, establish G from F to A. F to A. What is F? Oh, D to F, 1/3 of the sky. Square up from G. Where is G? Square up from here. Establish G, square up from here, up to the top of that part. Z to I is 1/4 of an inch less than 1/8 of the sky. The sky size being scale of 8 on the square. Z to I. Draw line from I to D, I to D. Shape the top upper part represented A through H and I to D. Apply the width of the back, width of back to A. Apply the width to A, and measure the outside length to allow outside length to J allowing nothing for making, square across from J to K, across from J as to K and go up. Apply the width of the back to A and measure outside length to J. Outside length? Oh, outside length of the sleeve, okay. So from the center of the back to the end of the sleeve, I think. That would make sense. Where was that? Apply the width of the back to A and measure the outside length to J. Yeah, this would make sense. Allowing nothing for making, square across from J as to K and go up 1.25 inches to L. L to M, L to M. This is 6.5 inches or a trifle more or less. Generally 1 inch more than 1/2 the band size of the short cuff. What is my size? I'm nothing for making. L to M, 6.5 inches or trifle more or less, according to the taste or style. Generally 1 inch more than 1/2 the band size of the shirt cuff. I have pretty small shirt cuffs. For me it's 7.5. So 8.5. I don't think 8.5 would be big enough. Yeah, 8.5 is very small. Six and a half. Six and a half minus 1, so that would be 5.5. So 11. That's the size of. That's the normal size of the shirt cuff. I can easily push my whole hand into it. L to M, 6.5 inches, generally 1 inch more than 1/2 the band size of the shirt cuff. Yeah, so it's 5.5 and times 2, it's 11. How is it possible that someone has like calves this big? Hello, Eastside. I am analyzing some other book and I barely have 11 inches up here. Like they say L to M, so this is this opening. And this is 6.5 inches or truthful more or less according to the style or taste, taste or style. Generally 1 inch more than 1/2 the band size of the shirt cuff. And the 1 inch more than 1/2 the band size of the shirt cuff. This would be 1 inch less, so 5.5, and times 2 it's 11. So 11 inches. This is supposedly the normal size of a shirt cuff. I can easily put my whole palm into it. I don't think that that's how shirt cuffs should look like. Unless it's French cuffs, maybe? So yeah, maybe for French cuffs it would make sense. 11 inches. It's still quite big, but I also have very small wrists, so maybe. Anyway, I'm getting distracted by it. N is 1 inch less than halfway from E to L. N, where is N? This is N. And this is halfway from L to E. Yeah, halfway across from square across from N. Draw a straight line, B to M, establishing a B to M, establishing this point. And at this point, O to Q is 1.5 inch, more or less, according to style. So yeah, this would be this outside edge. Shape the upper part is represent. Okay, so that. Shape the upper part as represented. A to R is 1.5 inch. A to R. Where was N to P? Oh, N to P. This is 3/4 of an inch, and on mine it was 1 inch, I think. And I think that 1 inch is a bit too big, too curved. O to Q. And shape the upper part. Okay, do they say anything about seam allowance? And place the waist seam for part position. Place the waist seam of the forepart in closing position with the waist seam of the skirt touching JT. Oh, these are instructions for the previous point. Sleeve is drafted size of the armhole 22 to U. This size, this circumference, as measured exactly on the drafted line of the sky. No allowance being made for seams. And somewhere in here, there is also something about no allowance. So I don't know, am I supposed to just add allowance myself to all the edges? It's probably explained somewhere earlier. Measures. Interesting contraption. Such a useless page. Explanatory and other notes. Anything about seam allowance in here? What is this? Whatever in this book the division of the breast or waist size is used, drafting expressing size to be used, and drafting is expressed in figures. Wait, what? Well, whenever in this book division of the breast or the waist size to be used in drafting is expressed in figures, the division has referenced the half breast and half waist. Okay. So half breast is quarter breast, quarter the circumference of the breast. But anything about seam allowances? Nothing in here. Body framework. Is this searchable? Let's see, measures. Doesn't look. It is searchable. Allowance. I can't probably spell allowance. 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 Did I close it? Okay, again. Allowance? Is that how we spell allowance? Okay. No allowance being made for making. Is this the first occurrence? On page 106? It shouldn't be. And why does it shift the side like that? Allowance. Page 106. Okay, I don't think this is searchable. 30. Okay, this is just very bad character recognition. Looks like no one checked it. No one proofread it. Okay, so I can't search for it. I just have to look by eye, I guess, manually. Fashionable ways, blah blah blah. Longer according to the taste, the restored line. That's a lot of lines. Learning system, square. I don't see any allowances mentioned. Okay, I didn't see anything about the allowance, so I don't know if I'm supposed to just add the allowance at the end, or maybe while cutting. As measured exactly on the drafted line of the sky, no allowance being made for seams. And this would be desired E to S. Okay, what is C to D? This establishes D, A to Z, okay, A to Z. 1/2 the sky, 8.5 inches. So let's see just roughly. I would have 8.5 inches in here. So this definitely wouldn't be enough for that style of sleeve. E to S is 1.5 inch. Okay. Let's just get started. I will have to clean it up a bit in here. Put that over here. Okay. Then I have to clean the table. There are so many wool fibers in here. Okay, then I can take this. And my existing pattern, or just my pattern, but this is not the part I will be redoing. Okay, I could copy that. A line in here would be helpful. Somewhere at this point. Ad starts in 40 seconds. Now I will trace that part. This part. And the front part. Okay, so now I have this. And I think it looks roughly similar. this is the diagram too. It's not that similar. This part and the point 22 is a lot higher in here than the point U, but it should still be fine. And also these 2 points are connected, and on mine they are separated by 1/4 of an inch, a bit more than a quarter. So yeah, now I'm supposed to measure this from this entire length from 22 up to U. And this would hopefully end up somewhere close to 17. It's 16.5 for me. Sorting in 1/4, and from here, yeah, let's say roughly 16.5. So it is somewhat close. Where is the sleeve system? Okay. Sleeve is drafted by the size of armhole 22 to U of diagram 2 as measured exactly on the drafted line of the sky, no allowance being made for the seams. Exactly on the drafted line of the sky, no allowance being made for seams. So no allowance between different parts. Should I subtract the allowance of the seams? But then it would end up being much smaller. I think 16.5 is fine, maybe. Square down from square lines AJ and AZ. So yeah, the how they are calling this? Here is the arm size of the armhole. And later this is the sky. The sky. Okay, so let's say the sky is 16.5. Then maybe I will also measure, calculate all of the other stuff. So let's see. I have to use the calculator. And let's see. A to B, the same as E to B of the back part. So this was half of the depth of sky, and this will stay 4.5 inches. Square forward from B to C is 3/4. Square forward from Z, 1/2 the sky. 1/2 the sky, 16.5 divided by 2. It's 8.25. Actually, can I change the output and make a calculator? Maybe, but I don't see that option. Okay, 8. What was that? A to Z. A to Z is 8.25. Mm, 17. D to E is 5/8. D to E, 5/8. 1/3 the sky divided by 3 is 5.5, and this was D to F. D to F is 5.5. And draw a straight line, square up from G, 1/4 inch less than 1/8 of the sky divided by 8. Oh, 0.06265. Minus 2, this is 0.0625, and times 8 times 16. So this is 1/16. 2 and 1/16. Quarter of an inch less than 1/8. Minus 0.25. What even is this? Z to I. So this is 1 and 13/16. Oh, what's next? Draw a straight line from I to D, shape top of the upper part. Apply the width of the back. Measure the outside length. Let's look at the outside length. There was something in here about measuring. Introduction. Sleeve length. Where is the sleeve length? The sleeve length is 8 measure. The outside length. The sleeve length might be taken in two ways. Either outside length or inside length. The outside length is taken as follows. See that your client's arm is raised level with his shoulder, and bend the elbow to form right angle. Measure the center of the back. Measure from the center of the back to the knuckle of little finger, 2 inches less. From the center of the back to the knuckle of the little finger, and call off 2 inches less. That's shoulder raised level with the arm raised level with the shoulder, and is bent at the elbow, form right angle. Measure from the center of the back to the knuckle of the little finger, call off 2 inches less. That's really long. This measure is unreliable when extremely wide shoulders are fashionable. Knuckle of the little finger. Okay. It will be quite difficult. Okay, this is the center of the back. $33, so this will be 31. Is there some reference? What are the standard measures? Where is this part about taking the width of the back and applying it to A? Apply the width of the back to A and measure outside length. 31 inches for this draft. Okay, so it seems actually correct. To allow nothing more for making square from J to K, go up to L. I don't fully understand how this works. Sleeve is supposed to reach up to here, up to here. That's a bit weird. It's very weird. Anything more? Okay, so nothing more. 33 up. So let's just start drafting that. Oh, right, 33, 31 for this draft. Let's do 31. And the width of the back, a measure outside length. A to J. A to J would be 31 minus the width of the back, which is, where's the back? 8.5. So 31 minus 8.5. This is 22.5. Oh, what else? I feel tired. Draw a straight line. Oh, 1/8. This I already measured. This I already calculated. Shape the top of the upper part. Okay, so let's go with that. The phone can go back up. Okay, so square line. Let's make a line in here. Okay, so this would be A. This would be A to B. Is this far enough? Far enough from the edge? I'm not sure. But anyway, A to B. This is supposed to be 4.5. This is B. ¾ of an inch up to C. This is C. Square forward from C. A to Z, 1/2 the sky, and A to Z is supposed to be 8 1/4. Eight and 1/4. This will be Z. And square down from Z, this establishes D. Point D is in here. E, D to E is 5/8. How much is 5/8? Something like this. This is point E. Square back from E. D to F. D to F is 5.5. And where is F? F is supposed to be somewhere in here, somewhere down. E. No, D to F. D to F, 5.5. And this is F. Draw a straight line from G to A. This is not enough. F to A. And the point G would be on this line. Square up from G, G to H, same as G to A. Square up. Same distance. And this is point H. Okay, what's next? Square up from J. J to H is the same as J to A. Z to I. And this should be 1 and 13/16. Let's say it would be 12/16, so 6/8. 6/8, 3/4, 1 3/4. And this would be I. Next, Z to I, draw a straight line from I to D. I to D, shape the top upper part represented A through H and I to D. So something like this. Okay. Shape the top upper part, H to A to H and so on. Apply the width of the back to A, measure outside length to J. Okay, A to J, this is supposed to be 22.5. A very large number. Is this really 22.5? This will be insanely long. But anyway, shape, apply the width of the back, not allowing nothing for making, square across from J to K. So this is J. And square across from here. square across from J as to K and go... Wait, what? Oh, I'm supposed to make the same size as at the top. Okay, so A to Z, this was 8 1/4, and this is also supposed to be 8 1/4. This will be K. This will be K. And go up inch and 1 1/4 to L. Inch and 1/4. First of all, I have to finish this line. Inch and 1/4. This would be L, or apply the inside length if preferred, 18 inches for this draft. Apply the inside length. Okay. What's next? 18 inches for this draft. E to L. E to L. Oh, apply the inside length from E to L. Go down in 1 1/4 from L as to K and square across from K. What? Oh, okay. This was confusing. Anyway, L to M is 6 1/2. 6 1/2 is a lot. This is 6 1/4, and maybe I would just go with 6. Honestly, I could do even less. But 6 should be fine. So this would be point M. L to M, 6 1/2 inches. Square across from N. Oh, N. N is 1 inch less than halfway from E to L. E to L. This is roughly 17. So halfway through that would be 8 1/2. N is 1 inch less than halfway from E to L. Half inch less in which way? I assume to L, to E, from E to L. So yeah, to have 1 inch towards E. 16, 17, 8 1/2, 7 1/2. So this will be the point N. Square across from N. Draw a straight line from B to M. B to M. B and M in here. So that gives me point O. To establish O, and to P is 3/4 of an inch, more or less, according to style. I think I want less. Actually, let's stick with 3/4. 3/4 of an inch. And then O to Q is 1.5 inch. 1.5, this would end up in here. This is Q. And this is P. And shape the upper part as represented. Okay, shape upper part. This should be straight. And this should be not straight. And up to D. And then here, M to Q. And Q to A. Okay, now I can put some curve into it. Okay, and then in here. Okay, so that's the lower part. Shape the upper part as represented. This is regular half and half sleeve. No, higher. A to R is A to R. Here on this line, A to R is 1.5 inches. And there are no lines for that, no additional points. So I'm supposed to just do it by hand completely. Something like this. So yeah, this would be R, and then it's supposed to go down somewhere. It should come close at Q and then connect somewhere in the middle. Okay, so that would be the new sleeve, and I don't think this will fit. This definitely won't fit. Maybe if I try really hard, I could hide this part. Also, I think this is definitely too long. Let's try to cut this out and then we'll see. and then at the curve. Let's see how does that look like. This would be the upper part. Well, maybe, kind of. Doesn't fit perfectly, but I can make it kind of make it work. And yeah, this is really a completely different shape. The upper part in here is completely different. So yeah, I can copy that. Trace around it. Is this wet? No. This? So this is copied upper part. Okay, then I can mark the positions of this line. I think this is the elbow. Yeah, this is definitely the elbow. So let's mark this in here and in here. Make a line across. And then I can cut out the lower part, the under part. And this is the lower part. Now this seems much more proportionate, I guess. It doesn't rely at all on breast measure, and probably that's why it's not so weird. Let's put this away. That I can also cut off. I will just leave it like that. Okay, so now I have the pattern. And let's try to, let's try to transfer this to those two pieces. This is the lower part, and this definitely completely fits. No problem with this. This upper part, it's a bit tough. But I think maybe it's good enough. Where is the chalk? Let's sharpen the chalk a bit. Does it need sharpening? Maybe on this edge. Maybe I could zoom in a bit and also add starts in 40 seconds. And also zoom in here. So that would be the shape. This is a bit too cut out, but maybe that will be okay. Oh, now I can mark this mark. Go around it with a needle. With the home renovation recently, for past couple of weeks even at this point, I wasn't really doing any progress. Like I always, first of all, I always had something else to do. Like I had to do some shopping, I had to do this, that, and I would never end up actually doing any work, because I can work on home renovation only like until around noon, and then I have to take care of the dinner, and after that come here to start the stream. So I would end up just not really progressing much with the home renovation, and that's one of the causes. And the other reason for that is that it was really hard to do any actual work on the door frames. Like I was trying with those sanding blocks, and it didn't really work. It was like super slow, unbearably slow. And then I tried with the hand plane, and it was a bit faster, but also the hand plane is quite heavy, and it's not really suitable for working vertically. And also because of all the knots, and also this paint itself, it would get dull pretty quickly. And then I tried couple other tools, I tried some like different scrapers, different like more like abrading tools, not really cutting tools, and kind of cutting. I think one of them was called like Stanley, brand Stanley Serve Form, something like that. It's like kind of a grate at the bottom, and it also didn't really work that well. But one thing that finally worked, and I can finally see some progress, is the kind of grinding mesh, like those pads for the oscillating hand grinder, power grinder, or sander, I mean, power sander, hand power sander. So yeah, one of those pads that is not like normal sandpaper type of pad, but it's kind of like it's a mesh, and it's grid 60, and it finally works. Finally, something that makes some progress with cleaning. It is still like not super fast. It still requires some work, but at least I can see some progress when I'm working. So I think now it will go faster. I was doing some sanding yesterday in the evening, and I already sanded half of the door frame, one door frame, and I was only working for like, I don't know, 15 minutes. It's still not completely finished because this is really rough. It is cleaning quite well, but it also leaves a very rough surface. So after that, I will still need to follow up with some smaller grids, probably maybe with normal sandpaper or normal sandpaper type surface, probably with those sanding blocks. But at least I'm getting some progress with removing the all the residue from the paint. Before I felt like I'm never gonna finish it. And now I finally see some hope. The ones these pads that I bought, they are Norton, brand Norton. I think they are called Mesh Power or something like that, but I think many different brands are producing a similar type of thing, and I expect them to work equally well. But yeah, I think that's the name if you don't know what I'm talking about. If my explanation is too incoherent. And then I can go across and up to here, and then another piece of thread in here on the elbow. Maybe this one is not really that required. But I will still mark it. I mean, it is less than a quarter of an inch. I can remove this. And what even is this size? This is 1.5 inches, roughly 1.5 inches. And now on this elbow, this is a bit too much towards me. Okay, the elbow. Okay, this part is ready. And then this one, I guess I can remove this. And this. Okay, so this is the other half. And let's mark also that. Maybe starting from here. And then on this point, but the problem here is that I won't have any inlay for the button stand. Maybe I could kind of solve it. Or maybe just the yeah, just doing the cuff should be fine. Should solve the problem. I can make the buttoning on the cuff, and then make some additional facing on the bottom of the cuff. And then across the calf. And up. And I of course expect this to work on the first try. Everything will fit perfectly. There will be no issues, no needed alterations. And my nightmare with sleeves will finally end. And then I can start my nightmare with color, because I think color also doesn't exactly fit. And what's worse, I think it's too small, too short. Okay, now I can cut this off. And then let's mark the position, couple different positions. First of all, the elbow, here and here. And then maybe also this lowest point. This will be the elbow. And on the other side. Back. And then this part. The elbow is in here, and on the other side in here. Okay, and maybe this point, the highest point in here. Here. I think this is supposed to go. This is supposed to go on the shoulder seam. Where is the back? So this is 2 inches, and this definitely won't end up on the shoulder seam. Yeah, 2 inches, and here it's like 3.5, maybe even 3.75. So I'm not sure how am I supposed to adjust that. Put that on. I'm pretty sure this point, point A, should go onto the seam between the side body and the back. Anyway, let's just connect those two together, and then I will think what's next. This will be for the left side. and then this part should go up. No, wait, I'm making the right side again. Maybe that's fine? Okay, I already started, so whatever. Okay, then 1/4 inch from the edge. Yeah, I looked only at the fact that the upper part is up here, so like this would be at the left side, but it will be reversed when I flip it. And that's it. Then we can baste it together. Did you win yet? What? Win what? It would be nice to win some money. But to my knowledge, I didn't win anything. The code battle. No, code is definitely winning. Now I drafted a new pattern for the sleeve from a different book, and I hope this one will look better. It does in fact fit, like the new pattern does fit into the existing cutout sleeve. Is it when you just need an address? I think I have too many battles now. Code battle, door frame battle. And I'm not doing very well in any of them. At least the door frames are going a bit better now. Now that I have those better sounding pads. Okay, a couple rounds at the end. And then I can go across just on one layer. And then I can go up. I wonder if I will have enough tweed to make all of the details. It should probably be enough for calves, but I don't know if it will be enough for the color, if I will have any problems with the color. If it will be in fact too short, I think then I will have to choose either calves or just straight sleeves and fitting color. Okay, then I can pull out all the pins. And hopefully this will be fine. It's definitely much bigger distance between top and bottom. The uppermost part here, and the bottom in here, and also on this side. Now let's press this. First just flat. And then on this thing. It looks like now it's also not so difficult to iron, to spread this on the board. Okay, this should be fine. And as I said, this is the right sleeve, so I will have to remove the existing sleeve. Maybe this will be better. And this point would be the top, and this ends up on the right in here, on the top of my shoulder. Just sleeves now, that's a statement idea. What? Just sleeves now, that's a statement idea. Huh? I don't understand. Let's remove this. And I wonder if I don't think there are any useful instructions in regards to the position of this front seam. I should probably just match on the lowest point in here, so it would be somewhere in here. That starts in 20 seconds. Let's remove this. Also, so this is the position of the elbow. Let's compare it to this from here. Here the top, and in here elbow ends up being a bit higher, maybe like half an inch, up to an inch. But also the entire shape is different, so I don't know. Okay, so this is kind of the lowest point, but not exactly. So let's remove that. And mark actually the lowest point. So it would be in here. Okay, then I can put in this sleeve. And I think that this back seam should, I'm pretty sure, end up on the seam between the back and the side body. Right sleeve, and this is right side. Okay, so this will be up. And this mark. Okay, so this is attached. Then this onto the seam of the side body. This definitely ended up too big. Much too big. So I guess it should actually be taken... I should actually subtract all of the seam allowances. Because now it's definitely too big. Maybe I could measure that. So the whole circumference, whole opening ended up being 16.5. Yeah, 16.5 inches. So let's check how big is this. This is 11.5. Better too big than too small, yeah. I think, but still it means that I have to redraft it again. This was 11.5. Also, I didn't really cut anything. I just marked the... that sounds wrong. 11.5. And up to here it would be 20. That's definitely too big. Yeah, I have to redraft it. Redraft it. So minus seam allowances, that would be 1 inch less, so it's 19. And I have 2.5 inches surplus fabric. I definitely won't be able to fit, to squeeze 2.5 inches into this opening. So yeah, instead of 16.5, instead of 16.5, I would have to do 16.5 minus minus 1, 2, 3. 3 times 2, 6. 6 times a quarter. 6. 6 divided in 4, 3/4. What? That's not correct. One and a half. Okay, minus 1.5. And this comes up to 15 inches instead of 16.5. Is this correct? Yeah, it would be half an inch, like one seam allowance, so one seam, it would be half an inch less, half an inch, half an inch, half an inch. That comes up to 1.5. So I have to redraft it for 1.5, for 15 instead of 16.5. I don't think I can just take it in. The shape would end up being wrong. So yeah, that will definitely take the whole stream. So much suffering. Projects. Redraft the sleeves. Redraft the sleeves and then base them together. Or try the new. Okay, that's fine. Then this book. What book was that? Not here. Here. Okay, so this is 15, and then I have to recalculate all of these measurements. Let's see. This just stays like that. Oh, AZ. What was AZ? 1/2 sky. 1/2. So this would be 7.5. D to E. This is static. D to F. 1/3 of the sky. So this will be 3. 5. This will be 5. What's next? 1/3 of the sky. Draw a straight line, square. Okay, Z to I. 1/4 inch less than 1/8 sky. Something. So yeah, 1/8 of 15. What is 1/8 of 15? Calc 15, 8. This is 1.1875. And this times 8. This is 7. So this is 1 7/8. And minus 2/8. So this would be 1 5/8. One and 5/8. And this should stay like that. 22.5. Yeah, this is the length. So that will be all, I think. Let's take the paper again. Actually, will this be enough? I don't think so. Okay, so let's start again. One line in here. This will be 22. Let's do 25. So it should go up to here. This will be the point A, and then square line. Okay, A to B is 4.5. Four and a half. Then to C, that's 3/4. This is B, and this is C. Square forward from C. I hit the lever. Hit the lever of this. How do you call this? Like height adjustment of the chair. Hit it with my leg. You know, this piston. Okay, so this is line C. And then A to Z. This is supposed to be 7.5. This is Z. And square down. And this establishes D. This is the point D. D to E, 5/8. Yeah, 5/8. 5/8 down. This is point E. Square back from E. Maybe I should finally get an actual square, or maybe make a square. Square back from E, D to F is 1/3 of the sky. D to F. This is 5. And where is F? F is in here. D to F is 5 inches. And then I'm supposed to draw a line in here. This is point G. Then square up. From here to here. This is point H. G to H, Z to I. Z to I is 1 and 5/8. 1 and 5/8. And then draw this line, draw a straight line, and shape the upper part. So a line in here, and then this shape would go something like this. Now what's next? Shape the upper part. As represented, apply the width of the back, A to J. So A to J is supposed to be 22.5. A to J. This will be J. And then I should square up from here. And this is supposed to be the same distance as A to Z, so 7.5. This will be the point K. And also I can draw this line. K to L. Where is K to L? Inch and 1/4. This will be L. Add starts in 50 seconds. Then L to M is 6 inches. This is M. Six inches. N is 1 inch less, halfway from E to L. E to L. This is 16 3/4. So 8 here. This would be halfway through. And 1 inch less, it would end up in here. So this is point N. 1 inch less, square across from N. Draw a line from M to B. This is B and this is M. And this will be the point O. N to P. This is 3/4. I hate this tape. 3/4 in here. This is P. And then O to Q, 1.5 inches. This will be Q. And shape the upper part. M to L, this will be the calf. Then from Q up to A. L to P. And P to D. And then round it slightly. Not slight enough. So this is the upper part, and then the lower part. A, where is the end? Here. A to R is 1.5 inches. This will be the R. And then I have to shape this part. Okay, so that's the redrafted sleeve, or redrafted sleeve. And this one should have the correct size. Then I can copy that onto here. And the position of the elbow here and here. Let's cut this out. Oh, this. This is the upper part, and now let's cut out the lower part. So now I have new pattern. Let's unpin that. Where is the pin here? Here. Okay. Now I can. What should I do? Should I just start from pulling it, like ripping it apart? Or maybe I could try to put this on. Yeah, this ends up being completely wrong. So I have to pull it apart. Remove actually all of the basting stitches, including those marks around. Basically just redo everything that I did up to this point. And then I can press this. Now it's ready. And this part. Okay, this is ready. And let's put on the new pattern. And this one, this time, actually fits completely inside the existing existing fabric. And now I can mark this again with a piece of thread. because the chuck line won't survive more than 5 seconds. It's quite interesting that the width of the sleeve at elbow, width of the sleeve at elbow still ends up being practically the same, almost the same. Then up from here. and then up. Ad starts in 5 seconds. And then up to this point, right on the edge. Okay, that's enough. And then I can also mark the position of the elbow again with this one. I should probably mark which iteration is this. So this is number 2. This is also number 2. Here and here. Where is the needle? There's one needle. Where is the one with the thread? There are 2 in here. Maybe the thread just fell off. That's fine, I guess. Let's take this. Okay, and then here is the one mark, one height of the elbow. And then here on the outside edge. So this one is ready, and then the second one. Okay, and then I have to mark this again. It is quite a hassle to mark this all the way around. But otherwise, it wouldn't be seen. It wouldn't be visible. And I don't want to cut this out because I don't know if this will fit. Maybe this pattern will be equally horrible. And then up. And then up here on the other edge. Almost. And it's done. Now I can cut this off and mark the elbows. And then let's put them back together. First I will mark also other way around. Yeah, like this. So first I will mark 1/4 of an inch from the edge, all around the edge. And the other side. I'm definitely losing more track on sharpening than actually marking. It's probably also the case with pencils, like normal pencils, not mechanical. That's I think it's one of the biggest advantages of mechanical pencil, that you're actually using all of that to actually write, not just shave off most of it. Okay, so 1/4 of an inch from the edge. And the elbow, and on top. Then pins in between. and then up here. And let's paste this together. I think starting from here. Where was that? Probably no important. Okay, starting from up here with some wax. And that's the end in here. Couple of turns. And then I can go across this curve. only through one layer. Oh, there's something going on. I did notice again. I really need some sound notifications for that. I would like to finally start making this robot, working on it. But for now it's not even on my list of next projects. And that's the end. Let's make a couple of turns in here. And then I can press this down and try to fit it in. See how it looks. If it even fits this time. Hopefully. I don't want to do this for the third time. Okay, pins are gone. Now let's press this a bit. And use this. I'm really glad for all those inlays. I'm grateful for all those inlays because without them I wouldn't be able to actually try this this new pattern, different pattern, because it wouldn't fit in just the original actual shape. And where was the lowest point? In here. Let's also mark this. And try to put that in. Also, how does it look now? Does it fit? Okay, looks like I can in fact put my hands into my hand into it. I want to see it in the mirror. Okay, maybe that won't be so bad. Oh, let's see. It goes into here. This mark to that mark. What a nice relaxing music. Okay, then in here on the other side, this seam should match to this seam, I think. Not 100% sure. It still ends up being quite a lot of fabric in here. Maybe I should actually move this thing. Move the seam a bit up. Like halfway through maybe. Then this point would go up to here, maybe. First I probably need to match this. Yeah, this still ends up being quite a lot more fabric. This time I think I will manage to squeeze it in. Okay, that looks fine. Then I will have to base that on. And then we'll see how it looks. Probably still it will probably still be wrong, at least somewhat wrong, because I didn't exactly have any marks to follow how to match those edges, so it could be rotated one way or another. But let's try starting maybe from the side seam. Pins falling off again. Okay, so my entire monologue was just silence. I was saying the whole time that I'm sure that it's gonna work out with the first try and so on. But I didn't actually think that it is gonna work out for with first try, and it actually did. I'm quite amazed. Like, I don't see any creases when I stand normally. I don't see any creases, both in the front and in the back. I didn't expect this to work out so good. It doesn't need any adjustments. Even the rotation of the sleeve is good. So yeah, it can stay like that. I can stick to this pattern, and then also mark this on the other half of the sleeve, and then I guess I will have to take care of the cuffs. Oh, wait a minute. How long is that? I think I can turn it up only like 1/4 of an inch. It is like actual length, and it is quite weird. Maybe they were actually taking into account all the seam allowances and the fact that when you have fabric like that, just hanging, and then it's a bit shorter, because with the measuring approach, it was like holding hand like that, holding your arm like that, and it was from the center of the back around the elbow in here, and 2 inches back from the knuckle of the little finger. So it was supposed to be somewhere up to here, and yeah, it did actually work out. This sleeve length, I think it's fairly good, considering that I will still have to make a seam allowance in here. So yeah, I assume this would be like 1/4 of an inch. So then I will have to attach a 1/4 of an inch of seam allowance, 1/4 of an inch. I will have to attach the cuff, the turn-up cuff, 1/4 of an inch from the bottom, with normal seam allowance from the bottom. And they were saying that cuff is supposed to be 3 inches. There was something about cuffs. Something somewhere. That it finally worked out. Yeah, I'm also glad. It took me so much time. I thought that it's just not gonna work out, and I would just have to accept that it doesn't fit very well, and that it creates all those creases and so on. But I guess I was lucky that it actually did work out. Okay, here is the inside view of the cuff. So it's supposed to be with filled up cuff with cloth. What kind of cloth? Inside cuff finish. So yeah, I assume I'm supposed to, or maybe I just can I'm not sure if I'm supposed to attach the cuff separately, but I can attach it separately, and then I will just sew on the cuff with normal seam allowance to the bottom and then turn it up, and nobody will see that the sleeves are a bit short, are not long enough to create this cuff. We're just turning up the sleeve. Okay, so here, diagram 8 and 9. Okay, the cuff is finished off in the manner shown either by diagram 8, only being flat braided, or in the style shown by diagram 9, which has cuff laid on 3 inches deep, having 2 holes below the braid and 1 above. 3 inches deep. So this would be more than 3 inches. Or maybe not. Is there anything in here about the cuffs? About the depth of the cuffs? Waist suppression, hints on making. Flat braided morning coats are very fashionable just now, and we have got a lead in west and okay, that's unreadable. Cross pockets. I'm pretty sure there was something mentioned about the cuffs. Just the depth of the cuffs. And 3 inches from the shoulder point. Enclosing up shoulder seam, keep it back triple for about 3 inches from the shoulder point. But no mean. Sleeves being made based on N, keeping the top fullness over the shoulder bone. What is this? Place a thin piece of wadding across the top of sleeve head and see it. And see to it that the sleeve heads are not pressed too flat. This is still about the morning coat. Place a thin piece of wadding, so shoulder pads, across the top of sleeve head. No, not shoulder pads. This is not about shoulder pads. A thin piece of wadding across the top of sleeve head, so only in the sleeve, like in here on the sleeve part, and see to it that the sleeve heads are not pressed too flat, but that the manipulation helps to beautify the coat. And yeah, nothing about nothing about the cuffs in here. Four parts. The usual depth of cuff is 3.5 inches. This, however, is purely a matter of taste. Okay, 3.5 inches. And I assume that I will need additional facing in here. Where was that? Okay, here. So this would be like 1/3, 1/4 maybe, somewhere in between. Let's say 1/3. So 3.5 and 1/3 would be a bit more than 1. So let's say I need 4.5 inches of fabric. 4.5 inches, and then in width it should be like 13, maybe 14. 14 is quite a lot. This is my biggest piece. Can I make anything out of this? Too small, too small. Everything is too small. Yeah, I could find something that is like 13-14 inches, but not something that's also 4.5 inches high. Okay, so looks like this is the only piece I can use for the cuffs. But I guess first I should check I should check the collar. I should try to attach the collar, see if it actually fits properly, if it's not too short, because I'm a bit afraid that it may be too short. Like from my previous tests, when I will try to roughly attach it, it seemed just a bit too short, so I don't know, maybe I will have to also redo it, remake it. It will be quite a hassle, but yeah, at least I have enough fabric in here to redo it. Actually, maybe I could redo it from something in here, because this is not that much. Yeah, this is in 2 pieces. So yeah, this part would be enough, I think. Definitely would be enough. And then if I found another piece like that, I probably have another piece like that, then I would be able to make the bottom part of the collar, and then I only need to find something for this. I wouldn't actually call it only. It would be actually a challenge. Maybe I can do calf into pieces. I think this calf is in fact done into pieces. And this is definitely made in 2 pieces. So yeah, maybe I don't need such a long piece for the calf. In that case, I could cut this off from here. And then I need 4 pieces that like that are like 3.5 inches or 4 inches. Yeah, 4 inches high. 4 inches high. So that would be one, and then 7 inches wide. I won't fit 2 in here. 7 inches. Let's try to actually do it. Four. And 7. 7. Quarter of an inch for the seam allowance. So that would leave me 3/4. Maybe 7.5. So one part of the calf would be something like this, and I need 4 of them. I'm not sure if I will have enough for 4 of them, if I need to redo the collar. And 4.5. No, 4. 4 inches. to here. And it's almost time to end the stream. So that would be another one. Yeah, I won't be able to do both the collar and the cuffs. So if the collar doesn't fit, then I will have to just not do the cuffs. I will have to just make straight sleeves. This is also too small. It will be almost good if not for this corner. Actually, what's the hyphen here? This is 3 inches. And the width, 6 inches would come up to here. Yeah, this is not good enough. And this is too small. So yeah, I don't have anything else. That's it. So yeah, the plan for tomorrow is to try to actually make the shoulder seams. I will actually do the shoulder seams properly, not just base them together, and then I will try to attach the collar, see if it's good enough, if it's long enough, and if it's not, then I will have to. It's not symmetrical. Yeah. Anyway, if it's not long enough, then I will have to redo it, remake it, and I will have to make just normal straight sleeves without the cuffs, because I won't have enough fabric, enough tweed for doing the cuffs if I will have to cut this part again. Unless this is much longer. Okay, this is slightly longer. So maybe even if this was too short, I could still use this piece. But I will think about this tomorrow. For now, for today, that's enough. So yeah, see you tomorrow. I'm finished with struggling with sleeves, and tomorrow I will struggle with collar. So see you tomorrow. Bye.